Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and for a little while, this is your quiet corner of the castle. There's nothing you need to figure out tonight. No paths to choose, no secrets you have to solve. Just stay with me. This is your moment of calm and quiet magic. A gentle space where the halls grow softer, where footsteps fade, and stories reveal themselves only when you're ready. You can listen as you drift into sleep, as you study, work, or let the night carry you along. However you arrive here, you belong. Tonight, we'll wander through Hogwarts together, through hidden corridors, shifting staircases, and a very special map, one that knows more than it ever admits. And when the map can guide us no further, when ink falls silent and the castle listens, another kind of magic may appear. I'll be right here with you, speaking softly, walking slowly, keeping you company every step of the way. So take a breath, step a little closer, and let's begin this magical journey together. Hogwarts, ancient and eternal, stands as a testament to both time and magic. The night is deep and quiet, the castle bathed in a soft moonlight that flickers through tall, narrow windows. The air inside is cool, thick with the scent of aged parchment and the faintest trace of candle wax. It's as if the building itself breathes, shifting gently with each passing moment. Each corner, each room holds secrets waiting to be discovered. Yet tonight, you are not in search of grand adventures. Tonight, your journey is more subtle, an invitation to a quiet mystery. As you walk deeper into the heart of Hogwarts, you begin to feel the pull of something ancient, a sensation like a whisper of wind passing over your skin, or the faintest rustle of a distant leaf. It's the magic of the castle, not the wild, untamed kind that you often hear of in stories, but something softer, more introspective. It invites you to slow down, to notice the little things. The way the stone floors echo underfoot, the way the shadows stretch and sway in the candlelight, as if the walls themselves are alive, watching you. You pause, just for a moment, to listen. In the distance, the flickering light from a forgotten hallway catches your eye. It's familiar, yet you can't quite place it. The faintest outline of something, a map, perhaps, or a trail, seems to beckon you. You follow, your footsteps light, your heart steady. The map is old, you know this even before you lay eyes on it, but it's also alive. You don't have to touch it to feel its pulse, its quiet hum of magic. The Marauder's map, a creation of youth, yet brimming with the wisdom of years, waits for you. But the map is not just a tool, it is a companion, a guide. It shows not just paths and rooms, but something deeper. It shows what the castle is, what it means to be here, to belong. And as you follow its trail, you can feel the castle shifting around you, like the walls themselves are part of the journey. What is the castle telling you through the soft glow of lanterns and the faint scratch of a quill on parchment? What mysteries are hidden in the corners, waiting for your quiet gaze to uncover them? The map holds the answers, but only when you are ready to see them. As you continue your walk, the soft murmur of the castle seems to deepen. You are not alone here. The halls are filled with echoes, the whispers of centuries-old magic, the memories of students past. Yet it is not a feeling of isolation that you sense. Instead, there is a sense of being held, as though the castle itself is cradling you in its embrace, sharing its secrets only when you are truly prepared to listen. The journey is not about rushing, not about uncovering every answer. It is about being here, about allowing the castle's magic to flow through you, like a gentle current that guides you, step by step, towards something unknown, yet deeply familiar. And in this moment, with the Marauder's map leading your way, you realize that the greatest magic of all is not in the places you can see, but in the spaces you feel, in the moments you allow yourself to be fully present. Tonight, the castle is not just a building, It is a living, breathing testament to all that has come before. You are not just walking through it. You are becoming part of its story, and it is becoming part of yours. You stand with the parchment in your hands, and it feels strangely warm, like it has been waiting for your touch for a very long time. The Marauder's map doesn't look like much at first. Just an old sheet, slightly curled at the edges, its surface soft with age. But when you hold it under the candlelight, you notice the faint texture of it, like the paper remembers every time it has been opened in secret. Soft pause. You breathe in slowly. The air around you smells of stone and dust and something sweet, like old books that have been loved too many times to count. Somewhere far above, the wind brushes against a window, and the castle answers with a low, quiet creak. Hogwarts is never truly silent. It simply speaks in smaller voices at night. Soft pause. And then, you feel it. Not a sound, not a movement, a presence. As if the map is aware that you have noticed it. You bring your wand closer, careful, respectful, like approaching a sleeping creature that might startle if you rush. Your mentor, soft-spoken, patient, stands beside you without crowding your space. You can't quite see their expression in the dim light, but you feel their calm, the steady certainty of someone who has walked these corridors with reverence instead of impatience. Gently, they murmur, as if the word itself is a spell. So you do. You touch the tip of your wand to the parchment, just a kiss of contact, and the air seems to tighten around the moment. Soft pause. And then you whisper, almost like a confession shared with the night. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Soft pause. For a heartbeat, nothing happens. And in that pause, you feel something tender, because the magic of this place has never been about forcing doors open. It's about learning when to knock. Soft pause. Then the parchment responds. Lines begin to bloom across the surface like veins of ink waking from a long sleep. They don't appear all at once. They unfurl slowly, deliberately, as if the map enjoys the drama of being discovered. The ink is darker than you expected, deep, alive, almost glossy, as if it carries its own moonlight. Words form in an elegant flourish, the kind of handwriting that sounds like laughter if you imagine it aloud. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Soft pause. You feel a strange affection tug at your chest, because those names are not just labels. They are a memory of youth, of friendship, of mischief brave enough to become legend. 4 students, long before your time, who looked at a castle full of rules and decided they would rather learn its secrets than fear them. Soft pause. Your mentor's voice returns, warm and quiet. Remus Lupin, they say, as if speaking of someone you might meet around the next corner. Mooney, Peter Pettigrew, Wormtail, Sirius Black, Padfoot, and James Potter, Prongs. Soft pause. You swallow softly. There's something haunting about the way their names settle into the air, like candles placed in the dark, not to banish the night, but to make it beautiful enough to look at. The map continues writing. Its introduction is theatrical, almost proud, like it's bowing before an audience it secretly adores. And then, with a faint shimmer, Hogwarts unfolds. Corridors, staircases, classrooms, courtyards, towers, little labeled rooms tucked into corners you never knew existed, and then you see them. Tiny marks, like dots of ink that refuse to stay still. They move in gentle patterns, each one trailing a pair of miniature footsteps, as if the parchment is tracking the breathing rhythm of the castle itself. Soft pause. You lean in closer. A name appears beside one of the moving footprints. Then another. Then another. Students, staff, people you might pass during the day without noticing how their lives cross yours like threads in the same tapestry. You feel a sudden, quiet awe, not because it is powerful, though it is, but because it is intimate. This map doesn't only show places, it shows presence. It reminds you that every hallway holds invisible stories. Every closed door hides a small universe of choices. Every life in this castle moves through time in its own way, sometimes hurried, sometimes lost, sometimes quietly searching for something it can't name. Soft pause. Your mentor watches you absorb it, then speaks again, like someone offering a lantern rather than an instruction. The map shows the true name, they say softly. Not what someone pretends to be, not what a disguise claims, not what a transformation tries to hide. Soft pause. You stare at the moving ink, and the thought settles over you like a cloak. In this place of illusions, the map is strangely honest, and honesty, you realize, can feel like destiny when you're tired of guessing. You begin to walk, not quickly, not urgently, just guided. The map's lines shift as you move, your eyes following paths as if your gaze is a fingertip tracing the outline of the castle's heartbeat. The corridors around you feel different now, less like stone passages, more like living memory. The shadows look softer. The candlelight seems warmer. Even the cold air feels kind, like it's trying not to wake anyone. Soft pause. A staircase creaks beneath your step. On the map, a few footprints drift across a corridor nearby. You pause, and so does your breath. The map shows you that you are not alone. Yet it doesn't make you afraid. It makes you careful. It makes you gentle. It makes you aware of how courage can be quiet, how transformation can happen without noise. Soft pause. Your mentor leans slightly closer, their voice almost a whisper now. There are passages, they say, that the castle doesn't advertise, shortcuts the walls remember, doors that pretend to be nothing. Unpause. You watch the parchment, and sure enough, there, like a secret drawn by a confident hand, thin lines reveal hidden routes, slipping under stairs, behind tapestries, between stone seams that look solid until you know where to look. You feel a spark of wonder in your chest. It's not the sharp kind of excitement that keeps you awake. It's the soft kind. Hope. Hope that there's always another way through. Hope that what feels like a dead end in daylight might become a doorway at night. Soft pause. But then, the map does something that makes you smile. As you linger near a corridor that feels almost too quiet, faint writing curls up from the ink like a playful sigh, words appearing where there were none before. It's as if the map has opinions, as if it's not merely enchanted, but mischievous. Your mentor lets out the smallest breath of laughter. They built protections into it, they murmur. If someone tries to read it without respect, it doesn't stay polite. Soft pause. You can almost imagine it, this parchment mocking an intruder, insulting them in elegant handwriting, like a group of invisible students hiding behind a tapestry and giggling. There's something comforting about that. Not cruelty, but guardianship. A warning wrapped in humor. A reminder that some magic refuses to be used by the wrong hands. Soft pause. You look back down at the moving names. You feel the strange truth of it. Power is not always loud. Sometimes it's simply aware. And in that awareness, you sense a lesson forming, one that doesn't demand to be understood immediately. That maybe the greatest magic isn't about seeing everything. It's about noticing what matters, not every footprint, not every secret, just the ones that call your name in the dark. Soft pause. You turn a corner, following the map's guidance deeper into the castle, and the corridors subtly change. The air grows stiller. The candle flames lean in one direction, as if the castle is breathing toward something unseen. Soft pause. Your mentor slows beside you. There are places even this map cannot show, they say, voice almost reverent now. Not because the magic is weaker, but because it is different. Soft pause. You glance down. For the first time, you notice a blankness on the parchment, a quiet absence where your eyes expected ink, a gap in the castle's certainty. And your heart, soft and curious, recognizes it before your mind can name it. A door that isn't there yet, a room that appears only when you truly need it. You swallow, feeling a gentle chill of anticipation ripple through you, like the castle itself is asking, "What are you seeking?" Soft pause. You lift your gaze from the parchment to the empty stretch of wall ahead, and you keep walking, slower now, as if every step is a prayer you haven't put into words. Because somewhere close, just beyond what ink can prove, another kind of magic is waiting, and it doesn't want your cleverness, it wants your truth. You slow your steps without meaning to, not because the map tells you to, but because something inside you does. The corridor ahead looks ordinary at first. Stone walls, torches resting in iron brackets, shadows gathered softly along the edges, like listeners who prefer not to interrupt. Yet the air here feels different. Thicker, not heavy, just attentive, as if the castle has leaned closer to hear your thoughts. Soft pause. You glance back down at the Marauder's map. The lines still move, the footprints still wander. Names still appear and disappear in their patient dance. But in this part of the parchment, there is nothing. No ink, no labels, no clever shortcuts. Just a quiet, deliberate blankness. Your mentor stops beside you, their presence calm and steady. They don't reach for the map. They don't try to explain it away. They simply allow the silence to exist. And somehow, that makes it feel sacred. Soft pause. This, they say gently, is where even clever magic learns humility. You feel the truth of that settle into your chest, not as disappointment, but as relief. Because there are moments in life when knowing everything feels exhausting. Moments when being guided step by step feels less comforting than being allowed to pause, to stand still, to listen inwardly instead of outwardly. Soft pause. The candle flames nearby flicker, not from wind, but from something subtler. A shift, a breath. The corridor seems to stretch just slightly longer than it did before, as if distance itself has become flexible. You take another step. The map does not change. And yet, the castle does. You notice it in small ways first. The way sound dulls, as if wrapped in velvet. The way your footsteps soften, no longer echoing but sinking gently into the stone. Even your breathing feels slower, more intentional, like the rhythm of sleep beginning to find you. Soft pause. Your mentor speaks again, quieter now. The map was created by students who wanted freedom, they say. They learned every hidden path the castle would allow them to learn. Soft pause. You nod, though they may not see it. But some places, they continue, do not reveal themselves through curiosity alone. Soft pause. You look ahead at the empty stretch of wall. There is no door, no handle, no sign. And yet, you feel it. A subtle pressure behind your ribs, a gentle ache, not of pain, but of longing. It feels like standing in front of a thought you haven't dared to finish. The Marauder's map, faithful and mischievous as it is, remains silent. Its ink does not mock this space. It does not joke. It does not pretend. It simply steps aside. Soft pause. You realize then that this silence is not a failure of magic. It is an invitation. The castle is not asking who you are. It is asking who you have become. You close your eyes for a moment, not because you are tired, but because the darkness feels kind, safe, familiar. Like the moment just before sleep, when thoughts loosen their grip and truth rises quietly to the surface. Soft pause. What do you need right now? Not what you want in the loud, restless sense, but what your heart has been carrying without words. Rest, clarity, comfort, forgiveness, hope. You don't answer aloud. You don't have to. The castle hears questions the moment they form. When you open your eyes again, nothing has visibly changed. And yet, the air seems warmer. The shadows shift, not away from you, but around you, like curtains being gently drawn. The stone wall ahead shimmers so faintly that you might miss it if you weren't paying attention. Soft pause. Your mentor exhales softly. Now, they whisper, do nothing. So you don't. You simply stand there, breathing, listening, allowing, and slowly, almost shyly, the space in front of you begins to respond. Not with spectacle, not with sound, but with recognition. Soft pause. The wall doesn't open. It becomes. Stone softens into outline. Outline into suggestion. Suggestion into certainty. A doorway appears, not because the castle decided, but because you did. Because somewhere inside you, a need spoke more clearly than any spell. Soft pause. The Marauder's map remains blank behind you. And that feels right, because this room was never meant to be found. Only met. You place your hand near the threshold, not touching yet, and feel a gentle hum, like a heartbeat echoing your own. The door does not rush you. It does not demand courage. It simply waits, patient as time. Soft pause. Your mentor steps back slightly. This is where guidance ends, they say kindly, and understanding begins. Soft pause. You take one slow breath, then another. And with a quiet sense of trust, both in the castle and in yourself, you step forward, into a space that exists only because you were ready to arrive. Soft pause. And as the door closes softly behind you, the lesson lingers in the air like a warm spell. Not every path can be mapped. Not every answer can be shown. Some magic waits for you to become the question first, and the room, listening, begins to change. The door closes behind you without a sound. Not a click, not a thud, just a gentle certainty, like a thought finally settling into place. Soft pause. The room is dim, but not dark. Light exists here in a softened way, as if it has learned to be kind. It does not fall from a single source. It seems to breathe from the walls themselves, glowing faintly like embers beneath ash. You feel no urgency to look around. The space waits for you to arrive fully. Soft pause. You take a step. The floor beneath your feet is smooth and warm, like stone that has been holding sunlight all day and refuses to let it go. With each movement you make, the room responds, not dramatically, not all at once, but thoughtfully. Shelves begin to outline themselves along one wall. A table forms near the center. A single chair appears, angled slightly as if it has been expecting you. Soft pause. You notice something curious. Nothing in this room feels fixed. Everything feels listening. Your mentor's voice does not follow you inside. Their guidance has ended at the threshold, and yet you do not feel alone. The room itself feels like a presence, attentive, neutral, deeply aware. It does not judge. It does not rush. It simply observes what you carry and asks, silently, how it can help you hold it. Soft pause. You breathe in. The air smells faintly of old parchment and clean linen, of rain that never quite touched the ground. It reminds you of libraries and early mornings, of moments when the world feels paused long enough for truth to catch up. Soft pause. As you stand there, the room shifts again. A stack of books forms on one shelf, titles you don't recognize, yet somehow know belong to you. Their spines glow softly, not demanding to be read, only offering themselves when you are ready. A small candle appears on the table, already lit, its flame steady and calm. Soft pause. You realize something important then. This room is not showing you what you want. It is showing you what you need. And the difference feels tender. You move closer to the table and rest your hand near the candle. Its warmth is gentle, reassuring. You watch the flame dance, not wildly, not fearfully, but with a quiet confidence, as if it understands that it exists for one simple purpose: to give light without asking for attention. Soft pause. A thought drifts through you, slow and unforced. How often do you move through your days without listening to yourself like this? How often do you rush past your own needs because the world feels louder than your heart? The room does not answer. It doesn't have to. Its silence is not empty. It is spacious. It gives your thoughts room to unfold without pressure, without expectation. Soft pause. You sit in the chair. It adjusts subtly beneath you, supporting your weight exactly where you need it. You let your shoulders relax. Your breath deepens. The world outside, corridors, maps, footsteps, names, feels very far away now. Soft pause. You think of the Marauder's map, how it revealed everything that could be known, every movement, every name, every secret passage, and yet how wisely it stopped where this room began. Because some truths cannot be tracked, some transformations do not leave footprints. They happen quietly, inside moments like this one. Soft pause. The candle flickers once, and you notice a small object forming beside it. Simple, unassuming. A piece of parchment and a quill. They rest there patiently, like an invitation you are not required to accept. Soft pause. If you wished, you could write something. A worry, a hope, a name, a question you've been carrying longer than you admit. And if you chose not to, that would be just as right. The room does not demand action. It honors stillness. You close your eyes again, just for a moment, and feel the room breathing with you. Inhale, exhale. The rhythm is slow, safe, almost like the edge of sleep, where thoughts soften and meaning arrives without effort. Soft pause. A realization settles gently into your awareness. Learning is not always about gathering knowledge. Sometimes it is about remembering who you were before the noise. The room seems to glow a little warmer at that thought, as if it agrees, as if it has been waiting for you to understand that this space, this quiet, adaptive magic, is not separate from you. It is a reflection. And somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the ink and the corridors, the castle waits patiently, knowing that when you leave this room, you will carry something invisible yet powerful with you. Something no map could ever show. The candle burns steadily. The room listens, and you rest, held gently between discovery and peace. Soft pause. When you are ready, the journey will continue, not outward, but deeper. You remain seated for a while longer, not because time asks you to, but because your body has remembered how to rest. Soft pause. The room of requirement does not interrupt this moment. It does not urge you forward or hint that something must happen next. Instead, it shifts subtly around your stillness, as if acknowledging that rest itself is a form of learning. The candle's flame lowers slightly, calmer now, and the light grows warmer, less about seeing, more about feeling. Soft pause. You notice the books on the shelf again. They are not arranged by subject or spell. They seem grouped by something less visible, emotion, perhaps. One shelf hums with quiet courage. Another holds the soft weight of grief understood but not explained. A thinner stack carries hope so fragile it feels like glass, yet strong enough to endure centuries. Soft pause. You do not reach for any of them, and the room does not mind, because some lessons are absorbed without words. Your mentor's voice returns, not beside you, not behind you, but within memory, as if it has always lived somewhere inside your chest. Hogwarts teaches many things, the voice says gently, but its deepest lessons are never written on timetables. Soft pause. You breathe that in. In the wider castle, students learn charms, potions, histories of great magical victories and losses. They learn how to shape the world with intention, how to bend reality just enough to make room for wonder. But here, in this hidden space, the lesson is quieter. Soft pause. Here you learn how to listen, not to instructions, not to rules, but to the small, persistent truths that survive even when everything else feels uncertain. The room shifts again. Across from you, the wall transforms, not into a door, but into a surface like still water. It reflects no clear image. Instead, it shows impressions, moments, feelings, like memories remembered through emotion rather than sight. Soft pause. You see yourself walking corridors before tonight, moving quickly, thinking ahead, carrying expectations that were never truly yours. And then, you see yourself now, breathing slower, standing softer inside your own thoughts, allowing mystery instead of chasing certainty. There is no judgment in the reflection, only recognition. You feel something loosen inside you, a knot you hadn't realized you'd been tightening for a long time. It doesn't unravel all at once. It simply eases, and that is enough. Soft pause. The candle flickers again. A quiet understanding forms, as gentle as sleep approaching. Transformation does not always announce itself. Sometimes it arrives like this, in a room no one else can see, in a pause no one else notices, in a moment where you finally stop asking what comes next. You think of the Marauder's map again. How brilliant it is, how playful, how full of movement and certainty. And you smile because you understand now that it was never meant to replace this room. It was meant to lead you to the edge of yourself. And then let go. Soft pause. You stand slowly. The chair withdraws just enough to give you space. The books remain. The candle stays lit. Nothing disappears in a hurry. The room trusts that you will take what you need when you need it. Soft pause. You place a hand over your heart, not as a spell, not as a vow, but as a quiet acknowledgement. You are learning something important tonight. That wisdom is not always found by searching harder. Sometimes it is found by staying, by listening, by allowing the light to come from within instead of from above. The room seems to hum softly, as if pleased, not proud, not triumphant, but content. And you sense that this lesson, unspoken, unrecorded, will follow you long after you leave. Like a lantern that does not shine outward, but inward. The candle's flame steadies, the reflection fades. And somewhere beyond these walls, the castle waits patiently, ready to welcome you back when you are ready to walk again. For now, you rest, and the magic rests with you. You do not notice the moment you decide to leave. There is no signal, no urgency, only a quiet sense of completion, like the last note of a lullaby fading naturally into silence. Soft pause. The room of requirement does not rush your departure. It does not retract itself dramatically or remind you of what it has given. Instead, it holds its shape just a little longer, allowing you to stand, to breathe, to carry the calm with you before the world resumes its gentle motion. Soft pause. You turn toward where the door once was. It forms slowly, respectfully, as if acknowledging that endings deserve as much care as beginnings. The candle remains lit behind you. The books do not vanish. The room does not feel abandoned. It feels complete, like a thought that knows it will be remembered. Soft pause. You step through the doorway. The corridor greets you softly. Stone walls, torches, the familiar breath of Hogwarts at night. And yet, everything feels different now. Quieter somehow. Not outside, but inside you. Soft pause. You reach for the Marauder's map again. The parchment is cool beneath your fingers, its edges curled in the same way as before. When you open it, the ink stirs back to life with familiar confidence. Lines redraw themselves, staircases shift, footsteps wander. Names reappear, patient and precise. Soft pause. The map is doing exactly what it was created to do, and you smile, because now you understand its wisdom more deeply. The map does not compete with the room, it complements it. One shows you where others are, the other shows you where you are. Soft pause. You fold the map carefully, not as someone finished with it, but as someone who knows when guidance is no longer required. The parchment settles into itself, quiet but alert, like a trusted companion resting between journeys. Soft pause. Your mentor appears again, not suddenly, not dramatically, but as if they have always been walking a few steps behind you. Their presence is calm, familiar, steady. You found what you needed, they say, not as a question, not as praise, simply as truth. Soft pause. You nod, not because you can explain it, but because explanation feels unnecessary. The castle around you seems to recognize the change as well. The torches glow a little warmer. The shadows no longer feel like unknown spaces, but like places that are simply waiting their turn to be understood. Soft pause. You begin to walk again. Your steps are unhurried. Each footfall echoes softly, not with urgency, but with purpose. You pass portraits that pretend to sleep and staircases that pause, as if considering you. The castle feels alive in a gentler way now, less like a maze, more like a companion. Soft pause. You realize something important as you move through these halls. You are no longer looking for hidden passages. You are walking with trust. Trust that if another door is meant to appear, it will. Trust that not every question needs an answer tonight. Trust that rest is not a pause in learning, but part of it. Soft pause. Your mentor slows beside you one last time. Most people think magic is about doing, they say quietly. But the oldest spells are about becoming. Soft pause. They stop walking. You continue. And that feels right. Because mentorship, you realize, is not about being led forever. It is about being guided until you can walk gently on your own. Soft pause. You reach a familiar corridor, one you have passed many times before. Yet tonight, it feels new. Not because it has changed, but because you have. Soft pause. Somewhere behind you, folded and waiting, the Marauder's map rests. Somewhere within you, the room of requirement remains. And as you walk deeper into the quiet heart of Hogwarts, one final understanding settles into you like a blessing. The greatest journeys do not take you far from where you began. They simply teach you how to arrive. Fully, softly, and awake. The castle breathes. You breathe with it. And the night continues, calm and kind. The corridors feel longer now, not in distance, but in meaning. Each step carries a softness you didn't have before. The stone beneath your feet no longer feels cold or imposing. It feels steady, trustworthy, like something that has held countless journeys and never grown tired of offering its support. Soft pause. You notice how the castle moves with you, not physically, but attentively. Torches dim as you pass, not to hide your way, but to protect the quiet you're carrying. Portraits remain still, their usual murmurs replaced by a respectful hush. Even the staircases seem less playful tonight, settling into place, as if they sense you don't need to be tested. Soft pause. You walk without checking the map. That realization surprises you. Your hand does not reach for the parchment. Your eyes do not search for shortcuts or secret turns. You simply follow the gentle curve of the hallway, trusting that wherever it leads will be enough for now. Soft pause. This is a different kind of courage, not the courage to explore every hidden corner, but the courage to let yourself be guided by calm. You pause near a tall window. Outside, the night stretches wide and patient. Stars rest quietly above the grounds, their light soft and ancient. The lake reflects the sky without distortion, as if it, too, has learned the art of listening rather than speaking. Soft pause. You rest your palm against the glass. It is cool, grounding. In this stillness, a thought forms, gentle and unforced. What if the castle was never meant to be conquered? What if Hogwarts was always meant to be befriended? The idea settles into you with surprising ease. Soft pause. You think of the students who run through these halls during the day, laughing, worrying, dreaming, becoming. You think of how many of them search for signs, spells, instructions that will tell them who they are meant to be. And you realize something tender and true. The castle does not rush them. It waits. It offers lessons in layers, first through curiosity, then through discipline, and finally through quiet understanding. Soft pause. You step away from the window and continue walking. Your breath stays slow, even, natural. With every step, you feel less like a visitor and more like a participant in something ongoing, something ancient that does not need to prove itself. The magic here is not loud. It does not sparkle or demand applause. It simply endures. Soft pause. A familiar feeling returns, not the presence of your mentor, but the memory of their guidance. Their voice does not echo in your ears. but its wisdom rests comfortably in your thoughts, like a book you no longer need to open to remember its meaning. Soft pause. You pass a corridor where laughter once echoed. You pass a classroom where spells were practiced and failed and practiced again. You pass a door that leads nowhere tonight, and that feels perfectly fine. Because you understand now, not every door is meant to open in the same season. Some remain closed not to deny you, but to prepare you. Soft pause. You feel gratitude rise quietly in your chest, for the map that guided you, for the room that listened, for the castle that continues to walk beside you without asking anything in return, and for yourself, for allowing the journey to be gentle. Soft pause. You slow near a familiar archway. Beyond it lies a path you know well, a return to routine, to sleep, to ordinary moments that will soon feel anything but ordinary. You take one last breath of the night air. It carries the faint scent of stone and stars and something unnamed, perhaps hope, perhaps memory. Soft pause. As you step forward, a final understanding settles softly into you. You do not leave the magic behind. You carry it. In the way you pause before reacting. In the way you listen instead of rushing to speak. In the way you trust that what you need will appear when you are ready to receive it. The castle remains behind you, and yet it walks with you still, quietly, faithfully, like a promise you no longer need to question. The night has grown deeper now, not darker, just fuller, as if the hours themselves have softened, stretching out to give you room to breathe. Soft pause. Your steps carry you away from the hidden corridors and back toward spaces that feel familiar. Hallways you have walked before, corners you recognize without thinking. And yet each place greets you differently tonight, not as something to be crossed quickly, but as something to be acknowledged. Soft pause. You realize then that something has changed, not in the castle, in you. You no longer feel the quiet urgency to look behind every tapestry or listen for every whisper. The need to know has loosened its grip. In its place, something steadier has formed, a gentle trust in timing, in process, in the unseen rhythm that moves beneath everything. Soft pause. You pause again, this time beside a low stone bench tucked into an alcove. It is unremarkable, plain, easy to overlook, and yet you sit. The stone is cool at first, then slowly warms beneath you, as if even the simplest places in this castle understand patience. You rest your hands in your lap. Your shoulders drop. Your breath finds a slow, natural cadence. Soft pause. Here, without ceremony, the lesson settles. The room of requirement gave you what you needed in that moment. The Marauder's map showed you what could be seen. But what remains now is quieter. It is the understanding that guidance does not always look like direction. Sometimes it looks like permission, to stop, to feel, to be uncertain without fear. Soft pause. You think of all the times you have searched for answers outside yourself. In signs, in voices, in paths clearly marked, and you feel no regret for that searching, only compassion. Because seeking is not a mistake, it is a beginning. Soft pause. The mistake, if there ever was one, was believing that the answers would always arrive loudly. Tonight has taught you otherwise. Tonight has shown you that wisdom often arrives like sleep. Slow, subtle, impossible to force, but unmistakable when it finally comes. Soft pause. You look down the corridor again. It stretches onward, calm and unassuming. Nothing dramatic waits at the end of it. No revelation, no final door. And that, somehow, feels perfect. Soft pause. You stand when your body tells you to, not when a story demands it. As you walk on, you notice how the castle continues its quiet companionship. The torches remain low. The shadows stay gentle. The silence does not press. It protects. Soft pause. You understand now that Hogwarts is not only a place of learning. It is a place of remembering. Remembering how to listen. Remembering how to wait. remembering how to trust the unseen work happening beneath the surface of your days. Soft pause. The Marauder's map rests folded away, content in its role. It does not call to you. It does not insist. It knows that tonight its work is complete. Soft pause. And you, walking softly through the ancient halls, carry forward something that cannot be folded or drawn or named. A quiet certainty. That even when the doors disappear, even when the ink fades, the magic does not end. It simply becomes part of how you move through the world. And with that understanding settling gently into your heart, the night opens ahead of you, wide, calm, and unafraid. The journey is not over, but it no longer needs to hurry. The castle begins to feel farther away now, not in distance, but in volume. Its presence softens, like a voice lowering itself so you can hear your own thoughts more clearly. The halls no longer ask for your attention. They simply allow you to pass, carrying what you've gathered in rememberable silence. Soft pause. You notice your breathing again. Slow, even, unforced. There is a kind of courage in this rhythm. Not the courage of confrontation or declaration, but the courage to remain open when nothing is demanding that you be. Soft pause. You walk past a door you know well. Tonight, it does not open. And for the first time, that does not trouble you. You understand now that belief does not require constant proof. It does not need signs at every corner or reassurance written in ink. Belief can exist quietly, like a candle left burning in a room you trust. Soft pause. You think of the Marauder's map one last time, how it revealed names and paths with such confidence, how it never hesitated, never doubted the truth of what it showed. And you realize that the map was never only about seeing others. It was about trusting that movement has meaning, that presence matters, that even the smallest step leaves a trace. Soft pause. You carry that lesson inward, because belief, you now understand, is not about knowing where you are going. It is about trusting that where you are is not meaningless. Soft pause. The night air feels warmer as you near your destination. Somewhere ahead lies rest, simple, ordinary, deeply deserved. A bed, a blanket, the quiet comfort of letting the body follow where the mind has already arrived. Soft pause. But before you reach it, you pause once more. Not because something stops you, but because something invites reflection. You ask yourself gently, what if the true magic was never hidden in the castle at all? What if it was always waiting for you to slow down enough to notice it? Soft pause. The question does not demand an answer. It opens a space. And in that space, you feel something rare and steady. Hope without urgency. Faith without pressure. A sense of being held by something larger than certainty, yet kinder than doubt. Soft pause. You move on. Your steps are light now. Not because the world has become easier, but because you have learned how to walk without carrying everything at once. The castle fades further behind you, respectful of your need for rest. The night stretches ahead, wide and calm, offering no promises, only presence. Soft pause. And that is enough. You carry with you a quiet courage, the courage to believe without needing to prove, to rest without guilt, to trust that when you need guidance again, it will appear. Not loudly, not urgently, but right on time. The night holds you gently, and you are ready for what comes next, even if what comes next is simply sleep. You arrive without realizing it, that place where thought loosens its hold and rest no longer feels like something you must earn. Soft pause. The castle is very far away now, not gone, just quiet enough to trust you on your own. You settle into stillness the way one settles into sleep, slowly, naturally, without effort. Soft pause. The lessons of the night do not line up in your mind like facts or rules. They drift instead, like embers, warm, faint, enduring. The Marauder's map no longer unfolds before you. yet its wisdom remains, that every step matters, that presence leaves meaning behind, that movement does not need to be hurried to be true. Soft pause. You think of the room of requirement, how it appeared without being summoned, how it listened without questioning, how it gave without asking for proof. And you understand now that it was never just a room. It was a reminder that you are allowed to need, that you are allowed to pause, that you are allowed to be guided, and then let go. Soft pause. Sleep begins to gather around you, not heavy, not sudden, but kind, like a spell woven from trust rather than words. Your breath deepens, your body softens. The world narrows gently until only what matters remains. Soft pause. And in this quiet, a final truth settles into you. Magic does not disappear when the story ends. It changes form. It becomes how you listen, how you wait, how you believe, even when nothing is visible. What if the greatest spell was never written in a book? What if it was simply the courage to rest, to trust the unseen work of time, to believe that what you need will come, not when you demand it, but when you are ready to receive it? Soft pause. The night does not answer. It does not need to, because you feel it, like a gentle certainty, like peace without explanation, like having been somewhere meaningful, even if you can't describe it. Soft pause. So rest now. Let the castle fade. Let the corridors dissolve into quiet. Let the map remain folded, content. You carry the magic with you, in breath, in stillness, in faith. And if one night you wander again, if your heart calls for guidance or comfort, the doors will know. They always do. Until then, sleep softly. Dream gently, and remember, some spells are not cast, they are lived.